Yes, Lord, folks. This is Who Did You Boycott today? I'm going to jump on here real quick, and then I'm going to get back to my work. I've been able to lay down and sleep a couple of hours, and I'm feeling much better. My body did not fail me. I normally do bounce back pretty quick. Look like I'm still batting a good bat, because I was kind of worried there. I may have to go to the darn hospital, and I just dread going to the hospital with every fiber of my body. Well, looks like that little nap that I took has done me good. I feel much better, and I thought I'd jump on here. I've restarted my room. I have restarted the room, and I intend to keep on restarting it throughout the day to send a very clear message to these sorry human beings who are running around here preaching and pretending and celebrating, and then have the audacity to leave Negro off of their JPEG. And then they have the audacity with the same breath claim they are celebrating their ancestors. Do y'all see the fraud? Y'all see the hypocrite in that? Am I the only one? Am I the only one that see the hypocrite in that? In every little breath, they try to say this is honoring the ancestors. This is honoring the ancestors. This is honoring my ancestors. Well, if you are honoring your ancestor, Negro plastered everywhere, because it was Negro slavery. Am I mistaken? It was recorded as Negro slavery. It was never recorded as Black American slavery. It was never recorded as African American slavery. It was never recorded as freeman slavery. It was never recorded as ADOS slavery. It was never recorded as FBA. But you folks do everything in your power to help your enemy erase your history. That's what you're doing. Each and every one of you are playing your part. Of course, the OMB and America and the whole world want to erase Negro. And you folks seem to be overjoyed about it. You're doing everything in your power to help erase it. Why in God's name did y'all sorry human beings leave Negro off of this JPEG and claim that you are celebrating this superficial holiday called Juneteenth? Y'all care to enlighten me as to why you did that? I would like to know. I would kindly like to know as to why you sorry human beings who are running around here crying about reparations decided to leave Negro off of that JPEG. I don't know, and I'm going to keep on asking every time I get on my broadcast between now and the end of June. I'm going to be saying the same thing. I'm going to be saying the same thing out of my mouth every one of those days that the good Lord give me on this earth. Every one of those days that the good Lord allows me to wake up, I'm going to ask you sorry human beings why you chose to leave Negro off of that JPEG and claim that you are celebrating Juneteenth, because every one of those persons who were freed 2 years later, they was freed 2 years after emancipation, they were Negroes. Am I mistaken? Am I mistaken? No, but y'all little human beings in the 21st century, you have decided to rewrite the history and say they were Black Americans. Well, on my last broadcast, I nipped that in the book, but I'm gonna keep on going back over it. In my last broadcast, I exposed y'all little lie. I exposed it. And I got the confirmation. I got the clear confirmation of what I've been saying for the past, that Black American did not come into existence until somewhere around 1970. And I was just 2 years, I said between 1965 and 1970, America started using Black American. That's when they started using it. And I was right there in the ballpark. And I got that confirmation yesterday from a Caucasian person of all persons. I got it straight from the horse's mouth. Confirmation of what I've been saying was correct. I felt it in my gut. I felt it in my spirit, and that's why I said it. That's why I said it, because I felt it in my spirit, and I was right. It turns out I was right, and y'all was liars. Y'all, each one of you are liars running around here telling folks they are Black Americans. When you say you are Black American, you are saying you are a Black racial group of Africa. You're not saying anything out your mouth. Y'all need to stop doing it. Y'all need to stop it. Stop it instantly. Stop it. Because you're harming not only yourself that has been harmed for the past 54 years, now you are inflicting that harm onto your children and grandkids. So why are you doing it? Somebody needs to answer that question. Someone needs to answer that question, because your enemy don't have a gun in your head. Your enemy do not have a gun in your head. So why are you volunteering to walk around here and preach that lie? I would like to know. I would kindly like to know as to why you sorry human beings are running around on these apps and platforms preaching that lie, when you clearly have the ability to do research and connect the dots as to America harming. Let's say it together. Let's all say it together. America and the OMB and the Congress and the Senate and the president and the vice president and the whole world has been harming Negro descendants 54 years. Let's say it together. America, the OMB, and the whole world has been harming Negro descendants bloodline for 54 years, when they started lumping them under a term called Black American and African American. Do we need to keep on repeating that before it resonates on y'all brain dead brain? Do it need to be repeated over and over and over and over and over? Okay, here we go again. America and the OMB and the whole world has been harming Negro descendants bloodline for 54 years, when they started lumping them under a term called Black American and African American. What is confusing about that? And now that they got that updated definition, that updated definition that they updated on the 8th of April 2024, on the 8th of April 2024, on the 8th of April 2024, they updated their website. So it's no excuse for any of you adults to not have gone and read that definition. It's no excuse for not one of you adults to have taken out 5 or 10 minutes to go read that definition, on the OMB, because they updated it on the 8th of April 2024. And they told each of you person who keep running around here identifying as Black American, they told you to your face. They didn't try to hide it. They told you to your face. They told you to your face. They didn't try to hide it. The definition is on the OMB. And you do not have a birthright by that definition. Go read it. By that definition on the OMB, you do not descend from a Negro descendant who were slaves in America based on that definition. based on that definition, you do not descend from a Negro. You do not descend from a Negro, so you do not have a birthright. It's not recognized in America. It's not recognized. Let's say it together. My birthright is not recognized by America. My ethnicity is not recognized in America. My race is not recognized in America. That's number one. Number two, each of you do not have a national origin. You do not have a national origin. You do not have a national origin. Number three, you do not have a nation. So you got 3 strikes. You got 3 strikes right out of the gate against you every time you run around here claim Black American and African American. So why are you volunteering to claim it? Why are you claiming it? Because it's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason why you are continuing to inflict self-harm. So it's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason why you brain dead adults are running around here inflicting self-harm to this level. Because you have the ability to go read a definition. You certainly have the ability to go read a definition. So why haven't you done it? The definition clearly states that the term Black American and African American is an individual with an origin of a Black racial group of Africa. That's what the definition spells out. That is exactly what the definition on the OMB spells out. And the kicker is that every immigrant on that census report is recognized as having a birthright. Each one of them. Go read each one of them. Go read each one of those ethnicities on that census report, and the immigrants have priority and rights over you as long as you are under that term called Black American and African American. Every immigrant walking around on 2 legs have human rights over you, self-respect over you, protection over you, and a fair share at resources. They get all 4 of those over you because you cannot bring a bill to the floor of the Congress for a Black racial group of Africa. It's non-existent. It's something just made up. It's just something that the OMB and whoever put their head together just made up out of the clear blue air. They just made it up. They just made it up. And you folks are still running around here identifying that way. So what is the problem? What is the darn problem that you folks have not made the correction? It's got to be a darn reason why you choosing not to make the darn correction. Well, I have already bust y'all bubble. I have bust y'all bubble, and I intend to figure out some kind of way. I intend to figure out some kind of way to put this on blast. I intend to figure out some kind of way to put it on blast, because it's criminal. It's criminal that you adults are still running around here identifying as Black American and African American. Y'all got all the time in the world to plan these celebrations. Y'all got all the time in the world to plan these celebrations and pull-ups and protests and Zoom meetings, and you ain't got 1 minute to fight for your birthright. How bizarre is that? How bizarre is that one? Y'all got all the time in the world of 24 hours to fight for all of these superficial things. But when it comes to really fighting the real fight, and that one is, number one is your birthright. You're not spending 1 ounce of time on it. Why is that? I would like to know. I would kind of like to know as to why you human beings are opening these Twitter rooms day after day. You're opening these Twitter rooms day after day. You are deciding to open these Twitter rooms day after day, and you have not spent 1 minute fighting for your birthright. You seem to be quite happy that America has told you that you are a Black racial group of Africa. Are y'all happy with that definition? Are y'all happy to pass that down to your children and grandkids? Because I'm going to keep on repeating like a broken record. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 do not apply to Black Americans and African Americans. And every immigrant walking around on two legs in America has priority over your behind until that definition gets changed on the OMB. So it turns out the very folks you've been calling tether, America made you that. The very immigrants that you've been running around for well over 2 years calling immigrants, they got priority over you, over your behind on that census report. I mean, they were recognized. It's spelled out right there in black and white. The OMB respected and acknowledged their ethnicity and their birthright by literally spelling out their nationality. That's how much respect. That's how much respect the OMB wanted to show them. Jamaicans, Haitians, Ethiopians, and Somalia. And they even put that darn word African American there, which we know is made up. We know it's made up. We know it's made up. But all those other national origins that the OMB have there, they have a birthright that connects back to their national origin, that connects back to their nation. Haitian, they are recognized as a birthright ethnicity that connects back to their national origin, that connects back to their nation. Ethiopian, they have a recognized ethnicity that connects back to their national origin, that connects back to their nation. The Somalians, I mean, they went to the bottom of the barrel with the Somalia. The OMB took the time to list Somalia on that census report. They have a recognized ethnicity that connects back to their nation, their national origin, that connects back to their nation. Where are those three things for the word Black American and African American? Do anyone have a clue as to where are those three things for the term Black American and African American? They don't exist. They don't exist. They don't exist. They don't exist. But y'all folks seem to be still proud to run around here and claim Black American. Do y'all really just love being harmed? It's been 54 years. It's been 54 years, 54 years, 54 years, and y'all don't seem to think that's enough. Y'all want to add some more years onto it. So why are you doing it? Why in God's name are you doing it? It's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason that you folks are just holding on to that Black American and African American with a death grip. I need to understand. I need to try to understand as to why I am witnessing adults hold on to a word called Black American and African American with a death grip. And like I stated, I got the inside information straight from the horse's mouth yesterday of how America shoved the term Black American down Negroes' mouth around 1968. So y'all little lie has been busted. Y'all little lie has been busted. Like I thought. I was right. I was right. I was right. I was right. Just like I said. I had estimated that America started orchestrating their diabolical plan sometime after 1965. They started putting that word Black America into the atmosphere and leaving Negro off of birth certificates or leaving them blank. And I was right. I was dead right. I was dead right. I got it right there. So y'all little lie has been exposed. Y'all little lie of running around here telling people that we have always been Black Americans. It's been exposed. It's been exposed. Just like I said, the Negro ancestors, and when I was born in 1962, Negro was our race and our ethnicity for over 300 years. And I was right. The Negroes who were emancipated in 1865 and all the way up to when I was born in 1962, Negroes were still identifying as Negroes. They had well over 100 years, well, at least 100 years to change their mind, but they never did change their mind. America propaganda media decided they wanted to change that ethnicity to Black American. Just like I thought. Just like I thought. So the truth is out. The truth is out. The truth is out. So y'all can stop running around here like little millions identifying as Black Americans and African Americans. You can stop it. Because it only means a Black racial group of Africa. That's all it means. It don't give you any human rights. It don't give you any self-respect. It don't give you any protection. It don't give you any access to resources. And you are not covered by the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And my gut tells me everywhere that term Black American and African American is, whether it's in the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, you are not covered by it. That's what my gut tells me. That includes every bill and law they have ever passed. Every bill and law they have ever passed in America, it does not apply to Black Americans and African Americans. And now it makes sense, because all you need to do is look at the definition on the OMB, and you clearly understand why none of these laws they pass, none of these policies they pass apply to Black Americans and African Americans. It applies to all immigrants. And they've been telling all of us to our face. That's the crazy part. That's the real crazy part. I mean, that's the darn crazy part. They've been telling us to our face. For well over 50 years, they've been saying it to us. America is a nation of immigrants. America is a nation of immigrants. America is a nation of immigrants. They've been telling us to our face. When they dropped Negro off of the census report, that was our rights. Our ancestors, they carved out 246 years under the term Negro as our race and our ethnicity. But you ungrateful human beings didn't care enough to want to save it. That was our human rights, our self-respect, our protection, and our access to resources under the term Negro. Is the light bulb going off for y'all sorry human being as to why America decided back in 1968 remove Negro? Y'all can't be that dumb and slow. Ain't possible. It's just not possible. It's just not possible for you folks to be that slow and dumb, because first they need to wash that blood off of their hands of Negro slavery. And second, because like L.B. Johnson stated, there's two nations in America. There's a Negro nation and an American nation. They knew that. They knew it had been stated, and they knew it had been carved out by the Negro ancestors in their blood, sweat, and bones and murder. So they knew it. They knew it carried weight and precedence. They knew it carried weight and precedence. Black American and African American would never carry the same weight and precedence that Negro carries. And you smart people, All you good old smart people out there, all you common sense folks out there, am I lying? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Try to tell me, explain to me how I am lying. You can say Black American and African American till you blue in the face. It'll never carry the same weight as Negro. But y'all didn't care about that. Y'all didn't care about that. Y'all continue to hold on to those two words with a death grip. Y'all didn't care about that 246 years. And now that 246 years is up for grabs to Germans. It's up for grabs for the Italians. It's up for grabs for the Ireland. It's up for grabs by the Jews. It's up for grabs by the Caucasians. It's up for grabs by the Asians. It's up for grabs by the Latinos. It's up for grabs by the Mexicans. It's up for grabs by the Jamaicans. It's up for grabs by the Haitians. It's up for grabs by the Bahamas. It's up for grabs by the Ethiopians. It's up for grabs by the Nigerians. Because you folks didn't care. Y'all didn't care. So you don't have a Juneteenth holiday anymore. The OMB erased your history on the 28th of March, 2024. So y'all need to stop running around here lying to your community. Stop lying to your community, because you do not have a history in America, because you didn't fight to save it. You didn't choose to want to fight to save it. So you need to stop pretending that you still have one. You need to stop pretending that you have one, because you didn't fight to save it. You didn't fight to save it, so you don't have it. Unless you planning on doing everything in your power, and none of you folks are showing that. Not one of you have spent 1 ounce of energy since the OMB made their decision on the 28th of March, 2024. You folks haven't spent 1 ounce of energy letting the OMB know that you want them to put that Negro back on that census report. Y'all haven't spent not 1 ounce of energy to let the OMB know that you want Negro put back on that census report, because that's your history. That's the foundation of your justice claim. That's the foundation of your reparations claim. That is the foundation of your justice claim. That is the foundation of your existence in America. That is the foundation of your reparations. That is the foundation of every ounce of air that you breathe 24 hours a day in America. It's all wrapped. It's all wrapped in that word called Negro. Y'all just can't deal with that. Y'all just can't deal with that, because y'all are so offended and you think it's outdated. America and the OMB and all you sorry human beings don't get to decide that a race and an ethnicity is outdated and offended in the 21st century, when it's been put on millions of birth certificates, millions of marriage license, millions of death certificates. How do y'all think y'all have the gall to say something that's offensive and outdated? Where do y'all get that gall to do that? I would just like to know. I would kind of like to know, where on God's green earth do you folks get the gall to think that you have the right to say that? I'd like to know. I would kind of like to know as to where y'all get that gall from. Where y'all have the audacity to think that you have the ability and the right to say that something, a Negro is outdated, that Negro is offensive, when it's on millions and millions and millions of birth certificates. It's on millions and millions of marriage license. It's on millions and millions of death certificates. Why do y'all folks think y'all have the ability to say it's outdated? It's offensive. I know why, because you have taken on your enemy's sickness. Y'all took on your enemy's sickness. That's what you did. And you're just not fully conscious of that. You literally took on your enemy's sickness, and you were not conscious of it. You're oblivious to the reality that you have literally taken on your enemy's sickness. That's what you have done. And because of that sickness is why you left Negro off of this JPEG, this Juneteenth JPEG. It's because you are suffering from your enemy's sickness that you left. You took the time to make a JPEG up and claim that you were celebrating Juneteenth, but Negro is nowhere there. Why? It was 246 years of Negro slavery, right? 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 Then how can you celebrate a Juneteenth and leave Negro off? How do you do that? I would just kind of like to know. How do you claim to be celebrating Juneteenth and leave Negro off the JPEG? It was 246 years, and then those persons who got freed 2 years later, that was part of that recorded Negro slavery history. Y'all forget about that? Did y'all suffer from amnesia? Did all of you persons suffer from amnesia? Well, you cannot, you can pretend to perpetrate a fraud. Each of you are perpetrating a fraud. Each one of you who going to be celebrating on the 21st of June, the 22nd of June, the 23rd of June, each one of you, every hour, every minute, every second that you spend out there, you're going to be perpetrating a fraud. Because you didn't want to respect the ancestors who lived their life as Negroes. You didn't care to do that. I don't know why. You didn't care to want to do that. And you can't blame it on the white man this time. You can't blame it on the white man. You can't blame it on the white man this time. You can't blame it on the white man this time. You just cannot blame it on the white man because no one had a gun in your head and told you to leave Negro off of that JPEG. So who you gonna blame? Who are y'all gonna blame this time? Who you folks with no brain gonna blame? Like, you can't blame it on your enemy. You can't blame it on your enemy. You can't blame it on the white folks this go round. You can't blame it on the white folks. Look at that person in the mirror. That's the person who deserves the blame. Just look in the mirror. Just look in the mirror. And that's the person you need to blame. Because you folks are helping your enemy erase Negro history in this country. Every time you leave it off your profile, every time you leave it off your social media timeline, every time you leave it off anything that you celebrate, events and celebrations and pull up, you are helping your enemy erase your history. You are helping them sabotage your justice claim. Y'all think these little made up definitions that y'all have come up with in the century is gonna fly? Y'all have convinced yourself of that lie? American descendants of slave. America descendants of slave. Do y'all really think that that's gonna fly? Okay. Keep right on believing that lie. America gonna show you better than they can tell you. Y'all little definition called American descendants of slaves ain't gonna fly. It's not gonna carry the day. It sounds good. It give you a feel-good feeling. It sounds good. It give you a feel-good feeling. It sounds good, and it will give you a feel-good feeling, but it'll never carry the day. Because America recorded it as Negro slavery. And as long as the term Negro is not there, y'all claim it's going to fall flat. God gonna make sure of that. God is going to make sure of that. That you can count on. Every one of you. God is gonna make sure of that. As long as Negro is missing, don't expect to be rewarded. God is not going to reward that level of ungratefulness. And y'all made a decision. Y'all made a calculating decision that you were going to abandon Negro. And you're gonna pay for that. Each one of you are gonna pay for that decision. Because you didn't have to do it. If you had any brain cells in your head, you should have plastered Negro on everything. Because that's how it was recorded. That is simply how it was recorded, and nothing on this earth is ever going to carry the weight, let's spell the word weight, and precedence that Negro carries. So if you had an ounce of brain in your head, you would have been plastering Negro on everything, because that's how they recorded it. And when you go to court, you don't change the word out if you want to win your case, if you want your case to stay strong, if you want to win your case, if you want your case to stay strong, you don't change out that one word that is the centerpiece of your justice. You don't do that. You don't shoot yourself in the foot that way unless you brain dead. Anybody will tell you that. They don't even have to go to law school. They don't even have to go to law school to tell you that you don't take out that word Negro and expect your case to be strong. That's how it was recorded for 246 years. If you know that information, you know it was recorded with that word Negro for 246 years. Why would you remove that very word and think you're going to have a chance of winning? You ain't got a chance in hell of winning. You ain't got a chance in hell, and y'all folks need to stop lying to these people. You need to stop lying to your community. You need to stop lying to each other, and you need to stop stringing folks along, because it's all lies. It's all lies. It's all lies, and it's all lies. And y'all are proving that by this recent spectacle that you just done with this Juneteenth JPEG. Y'all proving that with your actions daily. That's why I have made up my mind. I'm going to stop biting my tongue. I've been biting my tongue for the past over 2 years. I have been biting my tongue and holding back words. I'm not going to do it no more. I'm not going to do it no more. I am completely fed up with you ungrateful human beings. I have made that decision. I have made that personal decision that I am fed up with you. You fake people that run around here crying about reparations while at the same time thinking you too good to recognize Negro. And then you got the audacity to say, I'm doing this for my ancestors. I'm doing this for my ancestor. I'm doing this for my ancestor. I'm doing this for my ancestor. Well, if you were doing this for your ancestor, Negro would be on that Juneteenth JPEG. If that was real, if those words really carried meaning, Negro would be on that JPEG. Without a doubt. If those words really meant something that was coming out of your mouth, then you wouldn't have left Negro off JPEG. So you make yourself out to be a liar. All of you make yourself out to be a liar. It's so simple. Y'all do it so effortlessly. Y'all have done it. Y'all have had so many decades of practice of lying. You do it now. You do it effortlessly, and you don't even realize all the ways you are exposing yourself. You've been practicing the pretense for so long. I don't think most of you realize all the ways you are exposing yourself. You're not showing no honor to your ancestors for those 246 years of sacrifice. Oh, you're doing it with lip sync. Oh, you're doing a third job of doing lip sync and saying the word out your mouth. But as far as your actions, you're not showing that. Because if you were doing that, you would see Negro on your profiles. You would see Negro plastered everywhere that you can put it. If you really honored the sacrifice and the achievements that your ancestors made, then you would show the world that. Because see, Negroes and those folks who identify as Black American, one thing I have learned in my 62 years of being on this earth, Negroes are going to let you know what they're proud of. when when they step out that door, they're gonna let you know they proud of they afro. They proud of their clothes. They proud of their car. They proud of their house. They proud of their shoes. They proud of their education. They proud of their income. And they let you know it because they show you. They're not gonna, you ain't gonna have to try to guess. Oh, they're gonna show you. They're gonna show you in every way that they can what they proud of. And if you folks were proud of your ancestors, America and the OMB and the whole world would know that. They will already know that because you would have shown them, and you haven't done that. That's one thing I know. One thing I know, if there's nothing else that I know on this earth in my 6 years, my people and myself, we're going to show you what we're proud of. My people and myself, we're going to show you what we're proud of. And you folks ain't showed America and the OMB and the whole world that you proud of the term Negro. You ain't showed them that. You're not showing them that. So it's very clear. See, y'all can fake that. Y'all can fake that funk with other folks. Y'all can fake that with other folks. Y'all can fake that funk with other folks. But you ain't gonna, it's not gonna fly with me. Cause see, I've been immersed in the culture. I've been immersed in the environment. I've been immersed in the bloodline. It's not gonna get, you're not gonna get that over on me. You may get it over on strangers who don't know the ins and outs. I'm not one of those person. I know the ins and outs of my culture, my bloodline. Well, yeah, now that I'm gonna say that part and then I'm gonna get off of here. That points out. That's where I can end on that note. Denouncing the term Black American does not mean that you have to denounce or disclaim Black pride and Black power and Black culture. They are separate. And I think a lot of these adults have run around here and conflated that. No one can ever take Black pride. No one is ever going to take Black pride from me, but I'm a Negro. No one on this earth is ever going to take Black pride from me, but I'm a Negro first. I'm a Negro first because that's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my mother's paperwork. That's what's on my grandfather's paperwork, and on and on. So I think y'all folks are confused. I think a lot of you think you're going to have to give up that Black pride and that Black power and that Black culture. No, you're not going to be giving that up. No one can ever take that away. That's something that God gave each of us, that gift to be that type of creative. God put that in each of us. No human being can take that. No human being, no U.S. Congress, no U.S. Senate can ever take that from you or me. That's separate from identifying with a word called Black American. And I think a lot of adults have run around here and conflated it. It should have never been conflated. When I was growing up in the heart of Black pride and Black power in 1962, I was born smack dab in the heart of it. And I fully comprehended as I got older why we were walking out our door. Each time we walked out of our door, each time we walked out the door, we understood why we was thrusting, putting our fists in the air and shouting Black pride and Black power. We knew that, but we never once made the assumption that the word Black American was our ethnicity or our race. We never did that. We never said that or claimed that. We never made that claim because we understood the separation. I went back in my own personal memory, and I never remember having a conversation with anyone that I was growing up with that we ever identified as Black American. I don't remember one conversation. Only memory that I had was that whenever we got upset with each other, we would hurtle the word black at each other as an insult. We did that. I remember that. I remember doing that. I remember being around the neighborhood. I remember being around the neighborhood, and if we got upset with each other, we would just instantaneously hurtle the word black out of our mouth. And we knew we was saying it as an insult. We did. We knew that. But we knew it was separate from our connection with Black pride and Black power and Black culture. We knew that. We knew how to separate it. And we had it separated in our brain cell. We never had any confusion. We walked out that door, we had our chest stuck out, and we thought we were the baddest things walking on two legs. Most of us did. Most of us did. Including me. My mom had to straighten me out. She told me, Aquilin, she said, Aquilin, if you walk through that door one more time after fighting, I'm going to turn you every way but loose. I had to straighten up and fly right. I didn't want no spanking. I did not want to get a spanking, so I had to straighten up and fly right. Luckily, I didn't have that many more years in high school by the time my mother said that to me. But then, of course, my family had a reputation, so I didn't have to really deal with a whole lot of peer pressure and deal with too much fighting anyway. So I was able to avoid getting that spanking. I did not want to get no spanking. So mom laid down the rules, and I've been able to keep my word to her. I've been able to not have any more fights since that day. I can honestly say I have not had one fight since mom told me that. But I came close when I was in the military. I did come close when I told that sorry human being to step outside so we could settle it. I meant it. As sure as what my name is on my birth certificate. I meant it. And those persons around us that day knew I meant it. Luckily, I didn't have to do it. Luckily, I didn't have to let it impact my military career. But she got the message. The person I said it to, they got the message. Without us having to fight. So I appreciate that much, that she did take heed to the message that I had made clear to her. We could step outside and settle it and be done with it. But we didn't have to do that. Just me saying the words out my mouth got the message to her clearly. And so she ended up us being what you would call the best of associates or best of friends or whatever. I don't use that word friend that much, but we got along like hunky-dory after that day. We never had any more disagreements. I mean, we even crossed paths later on at another duty station, and we were just as pleasant to each other. We were just as pleasant as could be. But I ain't never forgot that day that we had finally bumped heads for the final time. And the only reason why she wanted to fight me was because only reason why we were having disagreements because I didn't want to hang out with her. I mean, she wanted me to hang out with her and go to the club and gossip and go to the club and gossip. I didn't want to. I didn't like her character. And so she kept inviting me to hang out with her and her little crew and gossip, and I told her no every time she invited me. And I guess over a period of time it bent her out of shape. She had bent her out of shape, and so I knew that was the root of it. I knew it was that. She didn't have to ever tell me that. I knew that was the reason behind why she had all this animosity towards me. She simply was bent out of shape because I did not want to hang out with her. and go to the club and socialize and gossip. That's all it was about. And so anyway, anyway, folks, is like I started to say in closing, telling America and the OMB and the whole world that you do not want to identify with a color of a crayon, a color of an object, a color of material, separate from claiming Black pride and Black power and Black culture. Those three things is not the same as going by a term called Black American and African American that America has used as a weapon to harm you for 54 years. If you don't have the comprehension ability to separate that, that's on you. That's on you. No one can help you do that but yourself. But it's separate. That's the understanding that I have in my head, that no one is ever going to take Black pride or Black power or Black culture from me. But I'm a Negro first. I'm a Negro first because my ancestors carved out 246 years with blood, sweat, and tears and bones and murder. So why would I disrespect that sacrifice they made to put the word Black America at? Why would I do that? Unless I was just being selfish and brain dead and disrespectful and dishonoring their sacrifice and their achievement. That's the only reason why I would do that. And seeing as how that's not part of my character, ain't no way, ain't no chance in hell of that happening, because that's not part of my character. It's just not part of me. I'm not wired that way. So I think you adults need to run around here and correct this for the young folks, because you are doing major damage. You are doing major harm and major damage if you don't explain that to the young folks, and explain it to yourself if you need it. You need to explain it to the young folks, and you definitely need to explain it to yourself, because unless you plan on changing that definition, unless y'all plan on changing that definition, unless you folks are planning on changing that definition on the OMB, why are you going to continue to identify with a description of a Black racial group of Africa? Why are you going to continue to volunteer to be harmed for more than 54 years? Because it's already been 54 years. 54. So it's got to be a reason, and only you can decide why you can't make that separation, why you cannot make that correction. Because if you do not make that correction, every immigrant is going to continue to get priority over you. They've been getting it for the past 50 years. They've been getting it and receiving it for the past over 50 years. And America is not trying to hide it no more. I guess early on, they were trying to do it underhanded. They were trying to do it under the disguise of minority, the code word minority, underserved, minority, underserved, Black and brown, underserved, minority, Black and brown. They're not even trying to hide it no more. They put it in your face. They telling you to your face. They telling you to your face that every immigrant have priority over you. I don't know how much more clear they can make it to you. I don't know how much more clear they can spell it out. Granted, they did try to do it underhanded all the early decades. They had me confused. Because I kept hearing this darn word called minority, and I didn't know who in the hell they were talking about. I didn't know who in the hell these people were talking about. They just kept saying this word called minority, 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 minority. And then sometimes they would change it up. They would change it up. They would change it up, change it up. They just kept throwing these words around called Black American, African American, and black and brown. And they just changed it up at will. That was the first red flag. That was the first red flag. That was the first red flag that these people were lying in front of me. They were standing in front of me lying. That's when I put on my thinking cap. And I said, why do you keep changing these words around in the same breath? Why they keep doing it? It's got to be a reason. And sure enough, they've been lying. It was all to shape their lying narrative. That's why they did it. All because they wanted to shape a lying narrative. And y'all folks are picking it right up. Y'all picking up the same sickness. You folks are picking up the same sickness. That's why you left Negro off of that JPEG for Juneteenth. But you folks are playing with fire. You are playing with fire, and it's dangerous. Because if you're not careful, you're going to end up like the Palestinians. Every immigrant in America is recognized with a birthright. Every immigrant walking around on two legs in America is recognized as an ethnicity. Every immigrant in America is recognized as having a national origin. Every immigrant walking around in America come from a nation. That's the big one. That's the big kicker. All of those three things is why for the past over 50 years, America has put immigrants first. That is those three things, and how the wording is why immigrants have gotten priority over a word called Black American and African American. It's all been exposed. It's all been exposed. But you adults are still running around here telling folks to continue to identify as Black American and African American. And you do it deliberately now because the information is there in front of your face. So you have no excuse as to why you're doing it. So you're doing it deliberately now. When before this information was uncovered, we could not be blamed. We could not be blamed. We could not be blamed before this information was uncovered. Now it's been uncovered. It's no excuse. You can't blame the white man. You can't blame the white man. You can't blame your enemy. You can't blame the enemy. No, you got to blame yourself because you're doing it deliberately now. You're doing it to yourself deliberately. And I'm going to say again in this final word, that's separate. That's separate from the word Black pride, Black power, and Black culture. The term Black American and African American is separate from those three things. No one can take that from you or me. But that don't mean I need to be brain dead and keep identifying a way that America has been harming me for 54 years. I know how to make the separation. I know how to separate it, but a lot of you adults have ran around here and conflated it. And now folks are being harmed. It's going to continue to be harmed, or going to continue to be harmed. It's already been 54 years. Let's say it together. Let's all say it together. It's been 54 years. So y'all folks not happy with that. Y'all want to make it 55 years, 56 years, 57 years. So y'all is not happy. And since you folks are not happy that America has been harming Negroes for 54 years, when they started lumping them under a term called Black America and African American, you folks are not happy about that. And the reason why you seem to be happy about it, because most of you persons don't want to say Negro out your mouth. But then you constantly say, I'm honoring my ancestors. I'm honoring my ancestors. I'm honoring my ancestors. I'm honoring my ancestors. No, you're not. Because if you were honoring your ancestors, you wouldn't be leaving Negro off a JPEG. A little simple thing is that. A little simple thing is that. That simple gesture of showing respect and honor, you couldn't even do that. You failed that little simple thing. You failed that simple little thing. And then you got the audacity to run around and claim that you honor your ancestors. It's all it's lip sync. It's lip sync. Let's say it together. Lip sync. I'm saying lip sync. Every time I say I'm honoring my ancestors, I'm doing lip sync for the public persons who are listening with their ears, but I'm not showing it with my action. I have not demonstrated it. I have not demonstrated it or shown it with my action. So as long as I keep giving folks lip sync, I think I'm doing something. You folks are doing a good job of lip sync. Every time you say you're honoring your ancestors, it's not being shown with your action. Something that someone can see with their eyes. To be more specific, it's not being shown with your action that others can identify with their eyes. So I'm going to be making these broadcasts regularly until the end of June, because I'm fed up with you sorry human beings. I am downright fed up with you sorry human beings. So I have decided that I'm not going to bite my tongue anymore. I have made that decision. I thought about it. 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 And I finally came to the conclusion. After well over 2 years, I have decided that I'm no longer going to bite my tongue from the display of disrespect from you sorry human beings who call yourself Black American and African American and Freeman and ADOS and FBA. I have made a decision. I have made a decision. I'm fed up with you sorry human beings, how y'all display dishonor and ungratefulness to the Negro ancestors who carved out 246 years with their blood, sweat, and tears and murder. And you human beings in the 21st century got the audacity to claim you are celebrating Juneteenth, and Negro is nowhere on the JPEG. Negro is nowhere on the JPEG. Negro is nowhere on the JPEG. But you folks claim that you are honoring your ancestors. Every one of those persons who were emancipated, they were Negroes. Every one of those persons who got emancipated 2 years later for this little fake holiday called Juneteenth is just a symbolism. It means nothing. It's just a symbolism. It means nothing. Because you folks is y'all really good at spending a lot of energy on symbolism. If you cared about yourself and your children and your grandkids, then you would be spending that money that you're getting ready to spend on those 3 days. You will be contacting Black majority state migration and his support team and give that money for that community fund to help folks relocate. If you really cared about if you folks is really cared about your community and yourself, you wouldn't be spending that money for those 3 days for a fake holiday called Juneteenth. You folks wouldn't be spending that money on a fake holiday because you do not have a history. You folks don't have a history no more. The OMB erased it on the 28th of March, 2024, because you folks didn't care enough about fighting to save it. So you don't have a history in America. You need to go tell your community the truth. You need to go tell your community the truth. Each of you brain dead human beings need to go tell your community the truth, that you chose not to fight for that 246 years. And so the OMB made a decision they was going to remove Negro from that census report. And when they did that, they removed your reparations fight. They removed your justice claim. They removed your history. And y'all folks were so brain dead that you could not comprehend that that's what was taking place. Are y'all that slow and dumb? Are y'all that slow and dumb that you did not realize that on the 28th of March, 2024, the OMB, America, and the whole world wash your history down the drain? Are y'all that slow and dumb? Are y'all really that slow and dumb? Okay, I can't go there with you. I got Negro on my birth certificate. I got Negro on my birth certificate. That's the same thing on my mother's paperwork. And as long as that's on my mother's paperwork and it's on my paperwork and I'm a Negro, my mother was a Negro, I'm a Negro, and my daughter is a Negro. Y'all can go have at it. But if I was you folks, I would be waking up every single day fighting to tell America I demand my birthright. And I do not belong to a black racial group of Africa. If y'all care about y'all children, if you care about yourself and your grandkids, you should be waking up every waking moment telling America and the OMB you demand your birthright and that you do not belong to a black racial group of Africa. Because God created every human being originating from original bloodline, and it's turning out black Negro is a true bloodline. It's a blood test out there. It's already been exposed. See how y'all folks, y'all had a good old laugh at the Negro, the term Negro. It's turn out that the Negro is going to have the last laugh. It's a real blood test out there for that Negro bloodline. It's a real blood test. It's a real blood test floating out there, just like it's a Negro land on that map. Just like it's a Negro land on that Negro map, it's a Negro blood test. That Negro is a real bloodline. It's a real bloodline, and the white man did not come up with it. The white man did not come up with this one. For all you folks who try to shape that narrative, the white man did not come up with that bloodline. That was by the Heavenly Father. That was by God Himself. The Heavenly Father is responsible for that bloodline, that original bloodline. So I'm going to close. For all you folks who want to continue to hold on to Black American and African American with a death grip, for all who want to continue to hold on to that term called Black American and African American with a death grip, then you need to be telling the OMB and America and the Congress and the Senate and the President and the Vice President to change that definition on the OMB website. That's what you need to be doing. If you care about your well-being, because right now every immigrant have rights over you. And you've been witnessing that, and I've been witnessing that for well over 50 years. So ain't no need trying to dispute that. Every immigrant walking around on two legs in America have their human rights, their self-respect, their protection, and a fair share of resources. America do not extend that to Black Americans and African Americans. They do not recognize you as a identity or a birthright or a ethnicity. And until they do that, you cannot expect to get any human rights, any self-respect, any protection, any resources. Is that confusing? Is that confusing for any of you adults? All you bright, intelligent, Common sense adults, I think you should be able to easily comprehend that. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to try to get some work done. Yes, Lord. Thank you for popping in for the broadcast. Thank you kindly. I do not mean to sound harsh, but y'all folks have just this Juneteenth JPEG. It was the camel that broke. It was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. The same thing that happened when Donald Trump and Jerry Jones went before the microphone and complained about the NFL players kneeling. That was the day. That was the day in December of 2020 where the straw broke the camel back, and I had to start boycotting all sports. Well, when I caught sight of this Juneteenth JPEG, that was the day. That last night, I stopped in my tracks. I was sick as a dog. I was coughing. I was just so sick and weak. But no matter how sick and weak I was, I did not close my eyes until I made this JPEG, until I made this audio in response to address you sorry human beings. I was not going to sleep no matter how sick I felt. No matter how sick I felt, I was not going to sleep until I made my audio in response to y'all little Juneteenth JPEG. I was not going to sleep until I addressed it. You sorry human beings left Negro off of this JPEG. You sorry human beings left the term Negro off of this JPEG. And seeing as how y'all did that, then that told me right then and there that I was fed up. I was not going to bite my tongue any longer. That from now on, I'm going to do my broadcast and I'm going to put it on blast that you folks are ungrateful, you are disrespectful, you are ungrateful, you are disrespectful, you are ungrateful, you are disrespectful. And seeing as how you choose to do that, then I don't have to bite my tongue any longer. I'm gonna fight for the Negro ancestors' history. I'm gonna fight for it tooth and nail until the day I die. I intend to do that. I intend to do that as sure as what my name is on my birth certificate. I intend to fight for that because the Negro ancestors, they deserve at least that much. At least that's the bare minimum that they deserve. They deserve so much more, but that's the bare minimum. The bare minimum they deserve for me to dedicate the rest of my life to fighting for their history and their achievements and their sacrifice. But you sorry human beings are running around here crying about reparation. You're not going to ever see one red penny, one red nickel, one red dime, one red quarter of cash. You may get some government programs. You may get a freeman's, but God ain't gonna never let you see one red penny. God is never going to let you see one red nickel. God is never going to let you see one red dime, one red quarter, as long as you folks demonstrate this ungratefulness. Why in God's name can you claim that you are celebrating this little symbolism, Juneteenth, and leave the term Negro off of it? Negro slavery did come first, didn't it? So how can you celebrate a fake holiday called Juneteenth and leave the term Negro off of the JPEG? How do you perform that Houdini? How do you brain dead human beings perform that Houdini? I'm done. That's the final darn word. Okay, folks, y'all have a good night. Y'all have a good night. I'm just gonna put this on all of my platforms. I'm going to put it on blast. I'm going to put these sorry, ungrateful human beings on blast. Y'all have a good night.